twitch.television. I'm glad that caption is just perfect and flawless in every way. The auto captioning I use has so many times where it doesn't quite get what I'm saying, but that was just exactly the thing I said. With a dot even, not just, the word dot or whatever. So I'm getting distracted by the internet real quick. Okay, I think I did all my things. Go back to this window. Go back to this window, and I can play the video game Hollow Knight, perhaps. Actually, I'm not quite sitting in a comfortable position. I have such a strong urge to get Art of My Sonas in MCR concert merch now. Commissioner make same. I'm not really in a position to do either for differing reasons, but I want it. I'm sure it is on her, yeah. Warm up. Ow. Saw. Hesitating because I don't like the patterns where only one of them is swinging from the walls. It makes me nervous. There we go. Good fight. I wish I understood Nost's patterns at all. I'm gonna have to learn them, presumably, for this, but at current, I just feel like I don't ever understand what they're gonna do next. One of several bosses where it's like, I absolutely don't understand. You probably have heal windows, but fuck if I know what they are. Which is, like, one of the reasons I had this strategy, just kind of trying it a lot of the time, and, you know, being punished immediately for trying it. Which works outside of Pantheons. Dicier in Pantheons, as it turns out. Winged Nos might be easier in some ways, though, because it has the movement pattern closer to whatever that first boss is, and, like, a bunch of free spirit. I need to get better at my jumping, because I'm jumping too late, I think. Or not high enough, or both. I really need to turn this soul into something useful. That heal there, something useful, but for a while it's just kind of holding it without any plan. There you go. Like, I can beat that fight, I just don't feel good about it. I didn't realize I could do whatever I just did there to get extra fucking early hits, but I'll take it. I was just pausing because I was like, oh, my back is itchy, I should scratch it. And then I forgot I was in the middle of a boss fight. Well, right then. Where? That's nightmarish. Ow. There goes Flawless. Ow. Can you please dash back over here? Oh, this is the most annoying pattern to have them in. Jesus. Please be close to dead. There we go. Thank you for answering my request. I need to turn my air up in a second. It is slightly too chill, but I do like it being chill in here. That'll work. No! Damn it. I almost got one more in. There we go. Accidental dive, it's fine. Damn. Turned out to not be fine. I'm not gonna do everyone in here, but I figure I just, you know, knock some of the ones I have not yet gotten completion credit for in the Hall of Fame. And, you know, warm up, and then do the ones I'm really worried about, and then actually do some runs at the Pantheon. Still don't have a good way to use Soul during this fight is the thing. Like, I think there are ways to do it, like, especially in the high jumps there. I don't know. I'm so used to not using it in this. Because I just, you know, fight it through with nail. And it works. Just, feel like it could be better. Don't feel like more Zoe right now. I am worried about Nightmare King, but we've not gotten back to him yet. In the Pantheon Hall now, so I've not been too worried. Damn it. I've already forgotten the timing I was using for that. Oh, I thought it was far enough away. Whoops. Oops. Was once again stuck in I need to reposition right before the fight starts, but I took too long. Ow. That one, I can't blame in that way. Okay, you know what? Let's just restart this one, I think. Try that again. Eepy. Damn it. I used to have a way to hit punish then. I just keep trying to do the timing and I'm way too slow and get punished for it. God, Jesus. I would like to blame thinking Trisha jumped onto the Destra at one of those last misses, but I'm just very rusty on this guy's attacks already. And just need to remember how fast I need to correctly identify and respond to them if I want to get through this. Too late, yeah. Ah, jumped too late. The ones I'm worried about, well, Grim to an extent, though, I wasn't initially thinking about him. Pure Vessel and Shio, I think, the Paint Master, whichever one does the painting. Because I just, like, don't have any head for his movement patterns and safe heal spots, and I just need to figure that shit out if I'm going to get through this Pantheon. Jesus. Not the way I wanted to handle that. I'm just reacting too slowly. gonna swipe in there, but mistake. Yeah. Played it a little too close to the wire at the time. That was good though. That was pretty far through the fight, I'm pretty sure. Thinking absent-mindedly of the writing I was doing earlier, that it's still not ready for release, but it's getting closer to that point. Also thinking of Rick Griffin's webcomics and how much I fucking hate a certain kind of Christian, which is slowly turning into just Christians generally, because as it turns out, most are that kind. Most that make themselves known to me are the bad kind, so that's just the kind of Christian there is, to me, unfortunately. Okay. I'm not gonna be able to get another cheeky scream in there, that's fine. Slow on that one, but not punished. I'm a little slow on the dodge sometimes, I think the problem I'm having there. Jump too high. I misread what he was gonna do next. Oh well. I would like to have this fight more download at this point, but I'm getting back to the point where I can react fast enough consistently, so I will take joy in that. That's not really the solution to that pattern I usually do, but it works, so. That's a waste of a spell, but whatever. I was used to needing to heal for so long during that last fight that I was like, oh, this is the heal opportunity, and then I didn't have any reason to heal. If I'm that high up on health, I do not need to be healing as part of the thing. Now, on the other hand, maybe next opportunity I'm given. Ow. Hurt box misestimation moment again. Unfortunate. Late, not punished. Need to stop doing that. Unless they succeed, in which case it's good, actually. There we go. Dracula down. Did I include these at all? Okay, let's get these as practice. I know these two better. Boys. For a great story about siblings, read B.B. Hartsglow's Realignment, which I definitely didn't have to just pick up to remember the name of off the top of my head, despite it being on my desk and within quick reach. I'm leaving that up because I think I mentioned it vaguely like 2 streams ago, and I was name dropping another book, and I was like, fuck, I can't remember any of the relevant information. So now I am name dropping properly. Also, I've been reading a bunch of it, so it is very much on top of my frame of mind than it was before, or than things were that last stream. Yeah, I don't. The yellow one I kind of understand. The rest of these attacks I don't have a good feel for, like, the safe zones for. And, like, most importantly, what are safe healing opportunities? Like, this is one, obviously. That's easy, but... I guess part of the maybe part of the solution is simply get hit less, and then you don't need the healing opportunities. Ow. No, I said get hit less. Really should be dream nailing during that. Ow. Risky, and yeah, punished. Yeah, fair enough. I want to practice this. I might run Sly for kicks, and I wanted to practice Pure Vessel. And then maybe I can give some proper tries at the whole thing to see what other weak points there are, if any. I feel like I'm either looking at where he's going to be or where the paint's going to be, and then getting hit by the opposite one of what I was protecting against. It's bad that's like delayed hurt boxes is, I don't know. Sometimes I do really well on it, like that first try, and sometimes I like overthink it and then like promptly wander into every paint splotch as it happens, which is, you know, not ideal for surviving the fight. God damn it. That was, I should have stayed on the side I was on. Ow. Yeah, I keep trying to cross over to not be stuck on like a very narrow side of the arena, but I keep just getting hit by paint trying to do that, or dodging paint and hitting him. I need to, well, okay, you know, let's play on this difficulty again since I misclicked, but I don't know, I just don't feel like I am understanding this fight properly, and I wish I was. It's frustrating. See, that's why I don't want to be in that corner, because then I just get fucked by attacks like that. Yeah, oh, I got out of it. I expected to be punished there. Mistake? No. Should have dream nailed. Got away with it. Nice. Should have healed then. Ow. It's fine. Oh. I guess he got bored of being stunned. Messy, but we got there. I think he won't hit this hard in the actual Pantheon. That's workable, but I still don't feel that comfortable in his fight. All right. The spicy one. pushing through the parry, not always the move, even if I can, like, reliably dodge through the 3 combo for once, which is what was happening there. Good for a first try of the day, though. I wish I understood how to do this reliably. Or that, for that matter, I guess. Yeah, that was not gonna work. Neither is this, yeah. So much of this, I'm like usually at the right distance to just do it, and then sometimes I'm not, and I don't have I've never learned a good way to tell if I'm going to be good for it or not. And I don't know like what I'm incorrectly reading about the fight and how to make my brain read it correctly instead. I don't understand. I really do not. Like, I guess I know that it's an attack with, you know, specific patterns, and it depends on how far away you are, but like, this, like, Nightmare King to me is just a fight of you see the thing, you do the reaction immediately, or you're hit. And, like, I've trained myself to do a certain reaction, and it just works sometimes. And other times I am slightly off position, and I get hit for 2 hearts. And it's like, okay. I'm not sure how to practice doing it better when I just sometimes am off. I don't know why I'm pretending to heal during this fight. It doesn't fucking matter. I just need to not get hit enough times in this fight to die. There's no point using Soul Knife isn't into using the Scream attack. Except for possibly here, but... I don't understand, and I wish I fucking did. Like, that one I understand. Like, that was just easy mispositioning, but, like... Maybe I should just fucking take this unattuned and just play until I don't get hit, because that's the only way I know how to make this reliable. And I guess by that I mean get the combo attacks where I can do it consistently, and not the like 2 or 3 attacks where I just am gonna get hit like half the time, because fuck me. Like, provoking the parry like that is a bad thing, but it's basically just, again, the attack I'm missing. It's like there's no... Arguably I should be provoking it every time and just learning how to dodge it. It's like, I need to anyway. And then it's more hits. All that time it was fine. And I don't understand. I really do not. I knew I wasn't going to get 2 kills either of those times without being hit, and surprise, surprise, I was hit. Mistake. Yeah, you have to get lucky on that second spawner. That's not a safe heal, is the thing. Once again, making the mistake of trying to heal in the fight where I simply need to just never get hit. And somehow magic into existence a consistent dash where I don't get hit half the time in order to achieve that goal. Don't understand. Really do not understand this fight. still been here, but I'm muted to avoid frustration spilling onto the mic. Also, I was yelling at Trisha at some point because she just kind of paused in front of the chat, and then I moved her to the other side of the desk, and then she kind of crept up from the other side and was in the way again. And I told her just to leave, and she left. It's not really the outcome I wanted, but when she insists on just being in the way, it's difficult to have another thing to do besides tell her just to go somewhere else. Be annoying somewhere else. I might take a stretch break in a second. I'm gonna try to just knock out full clear of this fight first, though, because this was one of the ones I understand pretty well. Now, there goes Flawless. As a lapsed and angry about it Destiny player, I feel like I should use the Raiders joke response to getting hit less often, but it's in my brain very deeply. Nope. A little too greedy. A little bit too greedy. I'm still thinking about the bank job and Jason Statham and how I want more things with him in them to watch. Well, not in the sense that I need suggestions, because I have many of those, but I need to grab more things and/or actually watch them. I know I was reading his IMDb page, and there's one thing on there that I've already forgotten the name of and probably wouldn't want to promo in this space, even if I had. And it felt like they were just trying to reinvent the transporter from First Principles. Which, sure, you have him. I guess go ahead, feel free, but I feel like I could go for more other kinds of thing from him. I'd love more heisting like the bank job. That was fun. Also, a period piece, kinda. Always fun. Is it still a period piece when it's something more recent? I feel like I always hear that describing, like, something like 1800 or 1700, like, very specifically old period, but I guess it's not guaranteed to be, or constrained to only mean that. Oh, I thought I had... Okay, there we go. So I'm trying to think of too many things at once, one of which is television and movies. Which, while fun to think of, is not necessarily conducive to avoiding a lot of fucking bouncing assholes. Well, I'm not allowed to be hit. Okay, I guess I can imagine being a specific term of art and like connotating a specific amount of, or a specific period, or like a specific approach, perhaps. Now. Damn it. Little cheeky. Little bit cheeky. I think just using side yells when there's two, like, just constantly is really the play here. I was just wondering if there's some way I could turn having full soul into just a quick kill on a single one of them, which it doesn't seem like I have. Or at least I would need a better understanding of hurt boxes than I currently do with these enemies to make that safe. Damn it, I thought I backed up enough. I think I also didn't realize it was a period piece, because I read, like, I think the IMDb short summary or whatever, and, like, looked at the cover, and, like, those didn't immediately communicate that to me. Nor that it was quote-unquote based on a true story, though it seems like there might be a fair amount of, you know, mixing rumor or heightened elements into what technically is a true story. Which I just not heard of. Or I had not heard of the original thing that it is kind of based on. It was fun though. I should rewatch Thief. Is what I should do. For more Thermal Lance content. The new... Oh. May have just spilled some coffee. A little bit. I tried to place my water bottle down. I had placed it onto the coffee mug I have out here still. Yeah, I'll do a big stretch and clean this up a little bit. And then get back to perfecting this fight. And then Pantheon of Hollowness runs. Be right back in a second. Once I can get my mouse onto a useful screen. Where? Playing too close to the set again. Hi, Aurora. Thank you. Getting in many Discord quests or conversations when I stepped away, and now thinking about some still, but well, none of them are private per se. I don't think any of them are ones worth bringing up on a public Twitch chat, so I will not. Except for to talk vaguely about, I'm excited to write more of Trust when I get back to it. I have many exciting character development moments that need to be put into writing and put where people can see it. And I'm also thinking if I need more characters to kind of illustrate different aspects of the core that won't quite be in my characters, because there's a lot of stuff I'm interested to tackle over time with those characters, but I think some stuff may... There are kind of other ways I can represent, you know, core field agents and the work they do, especially, you know, the people that have to do the more morally gray and morally black work, and what they're like and what that, you know, imprints upon them, I guess. So that's the ideas about, you know, how Dive carry trauma around, but the ultimate goal for them is still for them to be, you know, reasonably well-adjusted and kind people, just that have to do things they're not always happy with doing. Or that they're, you know, specifically very happy with doing, but that doesn't still carries a cost. Jesus. I'm just trying to be tighter and tighter in the dodging of this wing, and I really can't afford to do that, because then I get hit. Sorry, I'm looking at the phone. The telephone has so many words for me. And now you've got me saying it. Though I feel like I'm 10% sure I was also sometimes saying that on my own before I had direct shark exposure. Whoops. Unfortunate. killing one of them before the second one even spawned, though, very good. And still not having like great spell use here, I feel like especially when there's only one of them, but no. Also, I meant to get more soul from this man. Whatever. Hi. Whoops. I think I already talked about this, but I think I am nearly, and I guess I've been saying this for a while, done with the aside experimental conversion thing I've been writing. I'm just trying to write the last scene of it and include a bunch of world building stuff I think is neat. I think there's the conversation I'm currently writing. I need to have still a few more things about said experimental treatment and how it concludes, and a little stinger fade to black that my partner knows about, which is not yet in the text. Well, I say this like anyone knows about any part of the text besides you and me, Aurora, but in theory there's a document I can show to people that has most of it, and it's just that one bit that is not even in the text yet, but will be soon. It'll be fun, and I do plan on at some point expanding the character section I have, the OC section of my site, with the aim of like separating characters out by arc, I think, as my best like low spoilers like way to talk about characters. Or not even like no like yes no spoilers, but like having a way to actually frame that stuff where it's not just spoiling, but kind of just incoherent, because like if I have characters that, you know, change a lot over the course of arcs, which is, you know, many of them, it's hard to usefully talk about the character in like as they are at the beginning of the arc, or as they are in previous arcs sometimes, if that information just isn't going to be relevant because they change so much, which is going to be the case with a few. And will also kind of give me a way to bring in the little like set of characters that are in like the side fics I'm writing, all of whom I think are probably, oops, I misclicked. All of whom I think are going to be in the. So there's an easy quit out of this, is there? What are words? I think like when I write the arc I have in mind for Post-Trust, which is still kind of being reworked a bit as far as when it's set and what it's going to contain, I think a lot of the characters that have come up in side pieces are going to feature in those, or, you know, be in the background of those chapters. And I think for that reason and others, and, you know, kind of showing what their deal is in ways that don't necessarily get expanded upon in their side stories, depending on, you know, word count or what's the focus or whatever. It would be nice to kind of have a little blurb and say, okay, this is, you know, this person and what they're about, and like what they end up kind of, you know, what role they have. And then it'll kind of like fill in the world a bit, because like I think almost all of those people are going to be like civilians, like either, you know, surface level civilians or internal core based civilians who, you know, are perhaps like relevant to missions or like talk about stuff that's happening there, but like are not the ones going out into the world and, you know, doing crimes and shit. And so are not going to come up in this way that a bunch of characters who are in that world and, you know, already are in the fiction are going to come up. It must be nice to, you know, have some of that stuff explained or explainable and readable for people. God, yeah. Just getting in a corner when there's two up is just such a bad idea because it means you try to get out like that and just guess the dodge incorrectly. I don't necessarily need to do a dash like that, I guess, but... They should invent a consistently comfortable position to sit in that also doesn't fuck my back up somehow. I need to move further away. I did the wrong yell, and also I meant to use a side attack there, and also I needed to be farther away for this to be safe to do in the first place. Motherfucker. I knew they could do that, but they've never done it to kill me that way before. Had that one in his position incorrectly. So I think I'm still being distracted by phone in a way that is not really conducive to doing well at this. really mostly an access thing that has given me my current lack of care for seeing a movie in a movie theater, but I think I am generally just of the mind that I would rather just see a thing at home and be comfortable rather than worrying about whether it's the, perfect cinematic experience or whatever. Helps, especially if you're watching a movie with someone, of course, but even alone, it's just like, it's gonna look basically as good, and I will have a nice, comfortable experience watching it, where I can get up and pee or whatever if I gotta. I think at least part of what's going into that is remembering seeing the new Superman recently and like enjoying it. Like, I had a good time, but like was like kind of off to the side and like wasn't. Yep. Like I was like off to the side. And, like I didn't have like such a bad view that like ruined my experience, but it was definitely the kind of thing where it's like, okay, I don't care if the screen is, much better and the resolution much better than I can get at home. If I'm seeing it like off to the side like this, it kind of takes most of the fun out. And granted, I didn't buy those tickets. I could have fought harder to get like good seats or whatever, and like it was an empty enough showing that it wouldn't even been difficult. I don't think, but like having to deal with that kind of thing and having to, have an experience of people around me during the movie is like not. I'm not gonna be so cynical or so like whiny about that, just to say it ruins the whole experience of going, or negates the whole benefit of going. But it's like it's concerns that I must bring in with me. If I get in a place where I have like an easily walkable theater again, especially if I can find a place with like a, not necessarily a full indie theater, but like a place that does, showings besides what is the current blockbuster that is to be shown, I would definitely go to a lot more local showings and have fun, I think. But currently it's so much bother for me that it is absolutely just not worth it, straight up, for most movies. Yeah, that was just a misplay there. Ah! Sorry, I'm typing real quick. Now, a core-based movie theater, on the other hand, vastly different experience, I think, depending on who you go with and what place you reserve. Fun hypotheticals in part 2445. That would be a good short story target, actually, when I need to decide on topics for more of them, which I very much don't. If anything, need to do the opposite, but I could in theory. I jumped right into that. I thought they were going not that far over. I hope this would be an easier perfect clear. I'm still content with just working through it until I get there, but definitely a lot easier to make missteps in this than I thought when I was looking at the earlier level clear. Doesn't help that I'm making a bunch of like fairly easy mistakes like that. So I told you this in person, Aurora, and I'm going to tell, I guess, the internet at large that I saw the new Superman as someone who is not versed in the idea of, you know, post-credits, mid-credits, that kind of thing. And so, you know, she saw the credits, she got up and went to leave, and I, you know, just moved and left with her, and I was like, it's so peaceful. Not saying you're being like, I gotta sit here for the mid-credit scene, there's going to be a little thing, and then only another mid-credits, another credit scene at the end, I gotta see that, and it's like... No, what if I just left the movie when the credits went up? What if I just, you know, looked up that shit? If I cared. Like, I looked up, like, the broad summaries. I've not even, like, seen them. But it's like, alright, there's a scene about this, a scene about that. Alright, cool. I didn't really need to sit there in the theater. Looking at that, I'm perfectly fine just leaving. Very freeing. So yeah, go see modern superhero movies with people that are not poisoned by years of seeing MCU movies, is my opinion. Which is kind of funny because this person in question is not really a huge fan of action movies. Like, we've watched a bunch together, or watched a bunch of movies together, and like that has not generally been her bag, or at least like the mindless action that I've been, you know, very accustomed to, including superhero stuff. So I think I might have liked it more because of that, but I think we were both generally happy with it. I had meant to go up and over, but I didn't do the over part fast enough. And then I saw the thing coming, I was like, oh, I can move to the right to avoid it, but I was already kind of just mispositioned. Well, that was just a missed dash. I had an air jump I could have used there. I need to stop dashing too far and just hitting the boss. I blame the particles to an extent, but also I just missed my timing. That was good though, just kind of like forcing them off, taking advantage of the summoning time to get extra hits on them and ideally get them off the screen before the next one summoned was working out. And then, to an extent, being better at positioning to avoid two of them being up at a time and just getting in a position to scream both of them down is working all right. Nice. I didn't think he was going to bounce off the wall that far. I thought it was safe to pose there, maybe get a hit in, and then go through the other one after they committed to an attack. Hey! Yeah. We need to get back into Model House sometime this week also. I still don't have good reasons or good understanding of why my model is broken the way it is, but I need to fix that and also work on the host of other things I know are wrong with it, which I don't feel overwhelmed. Well, I do feel overwhelmed, but I feel still in the realm of doability based on the deadline I have, but I feel like I'm worried I'm going to fall short on some aspects of it. But also, there's not much I can do besides get what I can get done, or get what I can done. There we go. But A, I need to work on that, and B, I guess I don't know until I work on it. I meant to dash there. No excuse for that one. I was expecting a bounce for reasons unknown to myself. God damn it. I wish it was easier to not do this. And if it, and/or was easier to just get out of the fight when you picked wrong. So it's like, I'm sorry that in the sequence of doing the same 3 button presses I've done every few minutes since deciding to grind this, I misclicked once. And it means it takes twice as long to get back into the fight. Would love to stop making mistakes like that. Nope, nope, nope. I tried to cancel out of it, but it was too late. Thought I could get the attack and dodge fast enough, and no, I could not. Not from that position, at least. I guess, and speaking of well, going back to my earlier thought of core-based movie theater, which I think has a good amount of legs, I'm thinking about a component scene of the party chapter I still need to finish editing and post. Involves the dive team having a nice movie night all to themselves, where nothing particularly of note happens, just girls watching a movie. Stop letting them bounce off the wall like that, or I guess be ready. Give myself more grace in the air, or move to account for the fact that they might bounce that far off the wall, especially at that distance from it. I don't have an excuse for that one either. That was me second guessing, I guess, is that I was like trying to land between them on the left, and then I second guessed, but I didn't have enough movement to actually get past, which is the thing I should have done from the start. I keep cutting it too close on dodging in and out of that. It's just, I have to. For the way I've approached this fight, I just need to be able to, 3 hits out, 3 hits out, 3 hits out. And every once in a while I miss the timing, and it's bad. I am running Endeavor, which is a form of Arch. I mean, it's just basically Arch. It just makes it pre-installed nicely. Makes the graphics and stuff just work without being a huge pain in the ass. God damn it. I'm not using that one. I was formerly on Debian. Well, messed with Ubuntu in high school. Was on Debian mostly after that. Had a period where I was using Gentoo. And I think used Arch once briefly, but never really got used to it in unadulterated form. Damn it. Good order? Okay. Yeah, the Red Hat, well, besides working in it in a business capacity, I have not touched the Red Hat family tree much. I need to not get forced into a corner like that. Okay, well, thanks for dropping by. Enjoy your evening and such. Bad luck on the bounces. Yeah, I should have gone through or moved. Through or over, I guess, is how I've been handling that. What I did there, kind of with the slow backing away, not so much a good way to handle that attack. I guess in a way, while good for my brain and the free dopamine and all that when I win, doing these flawlesses is not really good practice for Pantheon stuff. So I never need to be perfect in exactly this way. For some of the the 2-hit endgame bosses, maybe, but for the most part, it's I never need to be this perfect, and practicing it takes a bunch of time and is training myself in a way that is just not going to be relevant most of the time I'm playing these. I don't know, it's a thing to do. I only have to, bother once, and then I just have the clear credit. So, yeah, okay. That was not, again. Going to the corner, never a good idea against these bosses. Just gets you trapped. Again, if they're bouncing too far off the wall. Damn it. Great movement otherwise. I was happy with that rise. Just I forget how far off the wall they will tend to bounce. I guess mostly to stop you from getting screwed in the corner so much, but now I'm just like compensating in a way that the game is already trying to compensate for it in, and therefore not getting the benefit. That was smelling me spilling water on myself while I was taking a drink. Which is not ideal. When you're drinking water, you generally want the water to go into your mouth. Like, there are some, you know, a broad variety of exceptions to that rule, of course, but for the most part, that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, I should have gotten hit for that. I could have dodged that in time. I think I was just focused on like landing first for some reason, so I didn't react when I could have reacted. Though with the other one coming out for a dash 2, I might have still been fucked, but I at least would have been less immediately fucked. Sweet. No, I was expecting a bounce from both of them, I guess, or at least the one that bounced to be first, and instead one of them just rolled over me. Was dodging the bounce and just dashed right into the other one, and I was fine too. I think where I was actually safe before I dashed. I just reflexively dashed and died. I'll get there. I should not have been where I was. I have the timing down so well for that, except for when I don't. Sweet. I didn't think that one was even that low. Sweet. All right. Sweet. Now I will need to do this fight again, but I never need to do it hitless again, at least. Let's just do some Pantheon attempts, I think. How are we doing? Looking all right. So also need to grind out the 57 Zote kills, but that can happen another time, I think. Possibly as cooldown for today's session. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. Still the most annoying, one of the most annoying fights in the Pantheon, just because it's so, like, you gotta sit and wait. And I could get a little bit better at spell casting here to speed up somewhat, but it's like the angle, their idle position is so far out of the way that I feel like I never get any use out of spells here. That actually would have been a good cast right there, but I didn't do it, so. There we go. Sorry for this maggot that this is still just a fake boss fight. This boss fight isn't real. It's just all for pretend. It's for playtime. I want it. Yeah, hold it. This boss so much. See you, bud. Hey, bud.
Yes.
Now I gotta beat their ass. Okay, see you in a bit. I beat their asses. God, coming into the recovery room full health, full soul is feels real good. I've been given a Trisha. I would like it if she would not idle in front of the screen. Trisha, go sit in your box. Baby, you're in the way. Please go somewhere else. Baby, move over here so you're out of the way. For sure. Lay down. Lay down, honey. Lay down. I need you to not be in the way when I'm playing this. Oh, whatever. Pull the other one. Pull the other one, man. I know your tricks. I know your secrets. Yes! Let's fucking go. Whoops. Always bow back. It's polite. It's respectful. It's what they deserve for being such a good boss fight. See you, bud. So far, so good. I've forgotten the timing for the easier version of the fight. Let's see what we got there. Might be a break also. Yeah. Nifty. Get fucked. Get fucked, Uwu. Get fucked. Bitch. Why not Hornet? There's definitely a lot of parts of this fight I strongly prefer to the base Nosk fight, even if I don't necessarily feel more comfortable on this fight as a rule, despite that. Or even with that being the case. Clean fight, though. Hi. Welcome back. I need to not come from that side is mostly my thing here with the strategy I've gotten. I'm basically just dodge the other way. I'm just very used to dodging one way in this fight. I should print out the list of bosses in this so I can kind of like keep an eye on my progress. So I have a vague understanding, but I don't remember all of it. Ah, damn it, he tricked me. I forgot you got a hell arena for her in this. Goddamn. I did not be inside his hitbox. Damn, I didn't think he'd drop out of it so quickly. Damn it. I'm really good at honing in on you when you do try to do that. There we go. Have a little water. don't like being on this fight without any soul. In this fucking arena, Jesus.
Baal mine.
God damn it.
Baal.
Markarth, I hate you so much, you sack of shit. I guess I just need to go at that with full soul so I stand a fucking chance against that fight, because that's just such a shitty fight unless you can just scream them to death. It still is them, but at least it goes quickly. you. Big day for Cerebot executions today, I see. Dosa. 3 is always greedy. 2 is not that greedy in some of these fights, but 3 is always greedy, unless you have like a really big calm down period where you can just sit there and heal. Clear on this fight though, so there's that. So many of these fights was, yeah, they do a thing that's really annoying to deal with, but what if you simply killed them while they were doing the annoying thing, and then you didn't have to worry anymore? Like, Lost Kin is the same way, or at least the base form is. But it's like, when it does that big scream, it's really annoying to deal with all the stuff you have to dodge, but what if you just beat him to death during that animation, and then you didn't have to worry about it? The blessings of Quick Slash. Plus a full maxed out nail to start with, I suppose. I could use a scream during this, I suppose. So I think I'm almost done with the fight. Yeah. A woo. I did see the woo when you posted it, but I'm seeing it again and I'm going, a woo. Okay, can you please? Thank you. I never thought to dream nail him during that animation. I can just go high for that, is what I do. She says, sitting there low and getting hit promptly. Okay, Night Aurora. Thanks for hanging out, as always. I love you very much. Risky, yeah. Oh well. I should have done a scream, because I bet one more scream, or like a scream and like a couple more swipes, and this boss is dead. I'm pretty sure I get a full heal after this anyway, but... I've never seen that one get interrupted by a scuttle before. I think after this attempt I will just go stare at a full list and just think about it. It seems like my pain point right now is basically Soul Tyrant Markath. Markath? I think that's the boss that I died to last time. Well, it seems like I just need to come into with full health, like soul to that fight, is to make it, to burst it down safely. Because like I don't have a way to safely fight that boss besides screaming them to death as fast as possible, so I need to have soul going into that fight. I'd like to at least unlock Absolute Radiance today. I don't see myself doing the full Pantheon today, including Absolute Radiance. But I think it's viable to get up that far on at least one attempt. Trisha, please don't follow the screen. She's so interested in the motion. I have to tell her so many times that she can just watch, and it's fine. Oh, damn it. Trisha, why, baby? Why are you standing in front of the screen? I can't see because of your head, baby. I'm sorry. She's so confused and upset at me as I'm pushing her around. It's like, I just need her not to be in front of the screen. That's all. There's so much. I can't show you the desk clearly. I don't have the things I have to show the stream, but like, there's so much space on the desk that is not directly in front of the screens, and that is the only space she wants, is the space that is in the way. Getting 3 hits per dash is definitely helping this fight, I think. I think the spell is basically... I think one hit of the side spell is equivalent to my nail, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it's worse than my nail, but it's like comparable at least. So getting 2 hits off it is great. front of that immediately, but hey, we lived. Probably wouldn't put some spells in there considering I came in at full soul, but I know what works on this guy, so. I actually like this arena better than the original fight of No Eyes, but I also continue to not like No Eyes' fight, even if it's relatively straightforward. This one's alright. I'm just going to take a break after this run, however this Pantheon run goes. Just going to step away, get some more water, that kind of thing. Probably skim the wiki page and see how much more of this I haven't seen. If it's just going to be Markarth and Pure as a block, and otherwise I pretty much have this in hand. Does imply coming through here with full soul, which is going to be exciting. I think it still gets some screaming in, but not as much as I did last time, probably. I don't know why I healed there. Not bad, not bad. It's not enough to instant kill Markov, but it's a good start. So fucking much. Alright, what's next? Because if it's not a heal station, I'm very scared. I'm very scared. I mean, it's Zote, but also it's Zote, so it's going to go very well or very poorly. Jesus Christ. still not really a boss fight.
Sweet. Rano. Kolto namen. Kolto namen.
A lot easier with full health, it turns out. Health and soul. Alright, we can go see Absolute Radiance. I do not think I will win first try, but I can see the fight, which is a start. I need a lot more practice. Like, I think the answer really to that fight is Scream. Scream so much. Kill boss so quickly before boss so quickly kills you, but... I'm gonna go stand by this statue and then take my quick bio. And then do some Absrad grinding and maybe give the Pill of Fantasy a couple tries. I don't feel nearly as confident on Pure Vessel as I need to, but knowing that it's a full refresh before that fight is very helpful, because it makes it easier than a Shade and Soul Pantheon fight by a large margin. In Abstrad, I was anticipating, being very hard. It's the thing, but I need to get more of a feel for it. So if I can get in there with like a decent amount of soul and just like burst quickly, that'll definitely help. Because I think like a lot of the thing is like that is just not a fight you heal during. And like if I get better at the movement, that it's gonna be less of an ordeal to have that condition met. Wait, I will press several buttons and then I'll be right back. just am not seeing the beams fast enough to position reliably. I think I'm being too greedy during a lot of these phases is part of my problem. Like, I need to get a lot of, you know, soul to spam to death, but I need to not, you know, trade hits as aggressively as I am. It's not worth it. Like, I think I want to be taking, like, every safe hit I can, and then every safe scream I can, but, like, I need to not be so hungry for it that I get hit in the process. So much is just, like, I don't know. I'm not fully blaming it on this, like, I am still learning the fight, but a lot of this just is, like, feels hard to read just because of the background and the colors used. It's, like, yellow on yellow in a lot of spots, and it's just, like, I can't see what I'm even dodging. I don't have that excuse for the swords, but... Wrong place, wrong time to use that. Forgot how much of a Toho this boss was, or I guess forgot. I'm not sure how much. I think I've watched some Absrad. I've never fought her myself. But I didn't realize how much Toho was in this fight, I think. It's also still my only reference point for bullet hells, really. Which I don't even know if that's technically even jokingly qualifies for, but I don't know what else to call it. Thought it was safe in that position. It was not safe in that position. That is progression, which is nice. Doing this upper part's gonna be a time and a half. Do the brightness up, I suppose, but that helps you so often in video games. Is just my default thing to do. So I can make this. Yes. 1 second. Then I do this. Then I do. What do I do? This. Was a bit greedy? Yeah, a little bit greedy. I think it was like in phase like 2 of being on the ground at least. I guess I think that's when you start getting like the split spikes like that. And then at some point she starts doing only sword attacks and you just need to like force through it, and then you get the air section. I think there's like 2 air sections in the Absolute Radiance fight, but I'm not sure. Damn it. wasted my dash. Jesus. I was hoping it was safe to be on the platform to make that less of a pain to dodge, but no. Yeah, dodging air swords is, I think, my weakest point on that phase, and I just also need to improve my performance in the bit before it, so I come in a more full health, more full soul, so I can just, again, burn through it to the highest degree possible. Yeah, fair enough. I think it's going to be much... I think I'm always, like, trying to aim for the gaps in the swords, and I feel like I just need to be, at least for the horizontal ones like that, I just need to be much more comfortable with using... with knowing when my shadow dash is up and using it when it will make my life easier, as opposed to flubbing a jump for the one gap in the spikes. Realize we switched to doing that now? Okay. Thanks, Abfad. I think I was being good at damage on that, and being a little aggressive might have been rewarded, but that particular being aggressive was not the play, because she could and did just start a laser's attack and kill me. I could use my iframes a little longer than Ashy could. Damn it. Unlucky. You know what? Let's try that again. I need to... I guess... Well... Yeah, let's retry. I said and then second-guessed myself, saying, well, I'll just play it through for practice, but it's like, I need to not get owned that badly by the swords that quickly. I was just barely not ready in time. I thought it was ready. We'll use more of this attack compared to everything else. Like, I'm gonna have to learn the swords regardless, and it's just what this fight is learn how to dodge that attack, especially because it happens every 2 seconds, but... I also wouldn't mind seeing the other attacks more often. Thought I was positioned correctly. Jesus. Like, I know the only real safe place with that attack is like where there's actually a gap, but I know I can stand between the other swords and I get away with it so often that I'm just like, oh, I can just kind of nudge myself and I'll be fine. And then I'm a little bit off on the nudge and I'm very much not fine, as it turns out. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. I might do some other stuff after stream, but we'll see. I'm gonna give this another like hour of attempts, maybe at the high end. I'm not sure. Because next stream I'll just be practicing a few other things for warm up, practicing this, and doing Pantheons, and just that until I clear it. Nothing else to do now. Word? God damn it. please. I hate when they orbit like that so much. Still barely see him against the background, and there's like circling above my head instead of being baited into the ground, like I'm really trying really hard to get them to do. Damn it. I thought I was far enough over. God damn it. So many things on screen I have to be aware of at the same time. Hesitated. I should have dashed through, but I think I didn't have the shadow up and wasn't positioned correctly for that. Trisha is upset at me once again. Yeah, fair enough. I should look up anything on Absra and see how much health there is in that phase compared to the base phase, and just kind of have an idea of how much I can kind of force the fight through versus how long I need to just be there not fucking up. You know, like Radiance is definitely a kill them aggressively type fight. Which I don't know if that makes any kind of sense, but I guess what I mean is like they're very easy to hit with the scream at all times. It's just a matter of what else is on the screen, and like doing 160 chunks like on demand is good for killing a boss, as it turns out. Okay, so Stagger I've been getting to reliably is at like phase 3 or 4 even. Wow. Sorry, I'm just reading the information on this boss fight. So I guess when I get past, so I've only done like 1,000 damage. Neat. So she has less damage in the air bit than the first bits combined. Like it's 3 phases on the ground, another one in the air, and then a final, and then a climb, and then a final like actual fight, as opposed to the base fight where she just gets 1 hit. And she has apparently a, I think she still gets that, but maybe like right at the end. But there's like another like 1,000 damage bit after you've done the full climb up to her, it sounds like, and that's 1,000, which is more than she has. Actually, let me read that one more time. Yeah, more than she has for those first 3 phases put together, but not by a ton. Not by like 3 screams worth. And it sounds like her attack patterns become much more limited down to orbs, which sounds not that bad to deal with, but certainly not free. See, this is phase 2 already, so I have a spike floor. And phase 3 is when she screams and has like the spikes on both sides. And does constant sword rain. And like usually whenever I've gone there, I've been able to just scream her directly into phase 4. So yeah, just need to tighten up those first 3 phases and get better at the in-air segment. And that's most of the fight down. Bad movement. Really bad movement. I'm gonna repeat this end of stream, but I think I'm just gonna not do Friday streams for the duration of August because I have a bunch of creative work stuff with a deadline and stuff that it has soft deadline, or not really any deadlines at all, but which I want to be done pretty soon. I think I might just stick to 1 stream a week for a while to accomplish that, and then afterwards I can pick back up my 2. Seem to get much better at dodging all this shit. So I can dodge all of it, it's just a matter of doing it consistently without taking a bunch of damage. And the spike floor keeps throwing me with swords in combination with it. The wiki does note that the sword floor only does 100 damage, so it is preferable to get hit by that if you have to get hit by something, because everything else is going to do too, but... Which is worth knowing, but I think I mostly just want to be better at dodging everything. Nice sword. That's interesting. I wonder if that's going to fuck my fight up. I just need to stop trying to do that. I'm always going for the gap, and I'm always going for it badly, and I need to just train myself to not do that, because that's not the right way to handle it. That I either, you know, jump wider of it and then dash, or just, you know, wait until I have Shadow Dash and go through, instead of just this thing where I'm just always hit by the sword wall, which is just not the right way to do it. Forgot this curve. Arguably could just take Soul into the second phase, but I feel like having the extra hits is more worth it, considering how bad I am at dodging in this phase still. Which is gonna give me a chance for a lot of damage. I'm fucking taking it. Fuck. Okay, I need more practice at that bit, but hey, got to the last phase. Or last meaningful phase, I guess. Like 8 or 9 screams, I think, should kill in that phase, something like that. And a few hits besides. Or I guess like 7 and some hits besides, because I'm gonna need many more hits to actually have the soul to do that. Pardon me. I made the same mistake of that's below the platform, right? That I've made several times with that, but clean first set of phases, I guess, or however it is meaningful to count it. I think pogoing there is a good call, but I really need to be watching for what she's doing, because it can get very dangerous to be pogoing on her very quickly. And also, like, even if I get like a good burst of pogo off, that's, you know, a bunch of damage and all, but I want to turn that into screaming, because that has more damage. Okay, over here then, honey. Where should go? I should also take some pills, but I can wait until after this attempt to do so. Don't know why I jumped. I was safe on the ground. I think also I need to be actively using that last phase before she goes into the air as a soul gathering phase, because like I can scream there, but like I feel like I can also pretty reliably dodge the sword rain at that point because it's consistent. Like it's definitely good to either heal up when I have the chance or take that soul into the next phase if I'm doing all right on health. Definitely go for more vertical sword rain. I find that much easier to dodge. Good damage. I think waiting on Shashaha in the middle felt like a good play there. I think I just didn't have a safe way to go gather more soul once I'd spent all I had. There's a lot of stuff like going out to like pogo on her, like get cheeky strikes in, coming from a distance puts me in a bad position. I don't know what I was trying to do. I'm much better at dodging the horizontal swords, but I think there's still my worst attack of hers to deal with. I think I'm going to cut this at like 5.5 hours in, so half an hour-ish from now. Barring wanting one more turn myself, and then I'll just get the stream up and probably do some writing, honestly. I'm feeling writing now while I'm, encoding this and getting the chat version up and all that. Jesus. don't have a good solution for most of this fight, or this section of the fight. You guys need to get much more confident in dodging all this with no ground to work with. So getting through it should be as good or faster than the earlier bit of the fight. I seem to, you know, get hit, get not hit myself. Bad luck on that positioning. It's something I guess I was benefiting from but hadn't noticed until the wiki mentioned is that Radiant Absolute doesn't do contact damage, or no form of her does contact damage, which is rare for bosses. Makes sense given what she is, but just had not thought about it. It was good to scream her probably to the next phase, but I just didn't have a good position to do it. Playing way too aggressive. Nice to me. That's a really good pattern from her. Like, I fucked it up. I could have done that, like, nearly hitless, I think. But the fact that I did that well was fine. And I guess also it's how pattern dependent this is to an extent. Which I guess is, you know, every boss. It's always easier when they give you the nice pattern, but... I thought I could bait that. Oh, I thought I had baited into the corner instead of it coming a little bit over the top there. Oh well. A little too aggressive. I was being way too aggressive. I was just like, this is such a good place to hit her. I should just spam. And, well, I think that was true. I think I still have an obligation to, you know, not get hit a little bit. So just eating 3 or 4 attacks in a row and therefore all my health. Just find those opportunities and burn them when I can safely. Rude. Need to get there with a little more health, a little bit, and then I think I'll be in a real good spot. I think even that failed attempt right there was like 360 damage on her, which is like a third of the... If I'm reading the wiki right, it's like a third of the health she has at that point, so... this. Yeah, I don't have a good solution for that in this phase. Like, in theory, I still like that attack more, but I don't have a good idea of how to position to make it safe compared to in the first few phases. Where it's easy enough just to kind of, like, sidestep it. Why did I dash the wrong way? I think I panic and try to get out of the spike floor earlier than I should a lot of times, especially with Sword Vein. It's just that I don't want to be where the spikes are going to be. I do not trust myself to pogo on them, so like that bit of being able to save myself doesn't register. Damn it. No, please. Not like this. Not like this. I think this is just going to be a long and slow, like, dodge of orbs there. And, like, I'm sure I can get some screams in, but I feel like I was not trying enough to prioritize dodging there. Probably because I still have just not had that many attempts at that section, but it feels doable. I just need to practice it and play it safe at that point. And, you know, clean up the parts before it to ideally get there with fuller health, fuller soul than I've been doing. Okay. That was a series of mistakes together being unrecoverable. I could have played that safer at the end and gone through, but what if I just didn't play that badly to start with? Also, my eye was watering, so I had to fix that. That was not the reason I lost. It was because I was playing rough before that, but that is why I had to pause before I got back in. I can do it. But not tonight. Alright, Abstrad Clear possible is a great note to end on, I think. And next time I will just, probably I'm doing the same way where, you know, warm up with, Sisters of Battle, knock out some other boss clears, maybe. And then I'll just, you know, practice Pure Vessel, practice Abstrad, and, do the thing until I do it. Yeah, it's very possible, and I guess knowing that I come into pure vessel at full strength, full soul is great. I just need to. I think I can still stand to tighten that boss fight up. I think I definitely can stand to tighten this boss fight up. But knowing that I have all the pieces, at least potentially, is great for my mental state going into this stuff. And yeah, despite having a burst of grumpy earlier, like I'm enjoying grinding this out. Like it feels a lot more doable than it did the first time I played this game. Like doing this spell build stuff has really helped a lot in making it faster and consistent in a lot of ways. And yeah, I look forward to doing the thing, even if it takes a few more streams. No Friday stream. I'll try to kick the Friday stuff off the schedule if I can. I will try to pick up Armored Core again in September. I don't want to drop that game. I think I'm getting a head around the combat, but that might have just been some of the stuff I was doing last time I played, and maybe doing some arena and not worrying about every single boss fight. Well, we'll do wonders there. But yeah, thank you to anyone who dropped by who I didn't see, and the people who I did see, and there will be more of this next week. Bye.